Let's go. We're ready for the trial. So 23rd of October, 8:52 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Let's go. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey.
Ah, Mr. Navahodo.
Good morning, Professor Harebrayne. This is who we're defending. He's the one who invented the machine that exploded.
I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me.
Well, you are being accused of murder. So maybe that's why, lovely. I feel it every time I'm here. That gravity.
Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure?
No, it feels suffocating. I know that feeling. I think it's probably all in the mind. You're probably nervous. That's fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Ah! Sorry. Sorry, it takes a while.
Ah, yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Navahodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life.
Oh, wait, you're going to get executed?
To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public.
Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. We can definitely try.
Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail.
My commiserations, Mr. Norohodo. You appear to have been numbered with a most tiresome case here.
Hey, shut up! Mr. Holmes, I didn't expect to see you here. That was very mean, Bruno, leaving me alone at home with Hurley. It took me at least an hour to wake him. Is it? Are you? Sherlock Holmes?
It is, sir. I am here. Sherlock Holmes. I'm just going to call him Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, I've heard all about your exploits, even whilst living in Germany. Hey, yes. Rand's magazine is on sale in Germany, too. This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in the adventure of Silver Blaze was wonderful.
Yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall.
No, that was the speckled band.
Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh? I felt like I'm on my own. Is this the I'm on my own trial? I have heard your business at Madame Tuspel's. Oh, Tuspel's is the name of the witch who does the wax models, by the way. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. Ah, so you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? Yeah, so someone left a ransom note for Madame Tazbell, who stole one of her wax models, and now I presume she had hired her Sherlock Holmes to investigate the case. The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. But until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description.
Oh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Harry.
Quite, Iris, quite, but life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. I want a pie now.
Oh, yes, quite definitely, absolutely. I totally understand.
Is someone a little starstruck? No. I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Harebrayne. Hi, Sharky Minnie. Hello, lovely. How are you doing today? I'm so sorry, I was eating. Yes, we're doing the trial for Case 8. I am doing good. How about you, lovely?
Oh, why, thank you.
Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? I'm doing fine. What about you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Apologies for any eating sounds. I'm having lunch, which is just Doritos, cucumbers, and mayonnaise. Not the greatest lunch, but hey-ho. What's this about? Ah. As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis our hypothesis may be, a practical implementation such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition is quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was.
I read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Uno, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically.
What's a lab assistant doing here? So he's the guy that we're defending. Basically, there was an explosion happening in a great exhibit. An explosion from his invention. And the invention that had his investor in there, it killed the investor. And he is tried for murder. And so we are defending him essentially. But the thing is, he doesn't want this invention to be going out into public. So we're trying to figure that out. His invention says that it can separate the body into particles and beam out all those particles into another place and reform the particles back into its body. That was his invention. Despite the fact it exploded, it looks to be that it's success as well, because they found the infestor's body in the tower where his invention was aiming him to go, if that makes sense. And we just investigated in that invention. What happened during the last trial? The last trial. So it turned out that... Which trial? So the last trial, it was the Shakespeare one, wasn't it? So we found out that Olive Green, the woman, hold a grudge against the Shakespeare dude, and she was the one who put poison on the gas pipe. So Shakespeare was doing the whole gas pipe routine where you blow it for some, I can't remember why. I blow it and he got poisoned. So he was poisoned by this lady whose fiance used to live in that building. And I tried to remember what happened. And we found out that the reason the Shakespeare wannabe was actually the roommate of the last convict. There's so much happened in that trial. I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember. In that trial. So, he was there to find the loot. So the girl's fiance lived in a room where the Shakespeare's convicts hid the loot. And he was trying to kill anyone who stayed in that room in order to get the loot. So we found all that out. And then we were at the fingerprints part. So you were there when we were cross-examining Olive Green? Olive Green. I try to remember. I think okay. Finding the treasure by finding his fingerprints. Yeah, I think that's... Yeah, we finished it. That's how it was finished. Hang on a second. I'm gonna need to look it up. I can't remember.
Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were.
I felt like that was it.
Yes, Pamela? You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shakespeare.
Okay, yeah. So Olive Green did get punished for attempted murder at William Shakespeare. William Shakespeare went absolutely nuts, by the way. He definitely wanted the loot.
Everyone is shocked now. Everyone is creeped out. Look at him. Well, I don't admit to it. There's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me for the time being all to myself.
Yeah, so he went a bit nuts on William Shakespeare. Olive Green got arrested. I don't know if she got arrested, but she did get punished for attempted murder. And Sasat, the guy who we defended, I've forgotten his name, Natsume, decided to go to Japan immediately. But that is pretty much the gist of it. Where was the treasure? The treasure. I forgot. Where was the treasure? The treasure. Sorry, I'm looking back at the video because I can't remember. We went into the room, I'm pretty sure. Aha! It was right at the end, the treasure. Let's examine the late burglar's hall. Oh, it looks to be some sort of neckband or collar. So yeah, they found a huge collar with all the gemstones in it. Oh, and it has blood stains inside as well. I feel like they're going to come up in the other cases. Why there is blood stains, we don't know. But yeah, I put the video on my YouTube channel if you want to have a look. Yes, the hot air balloon is mentioned. Yeah, the hot air balloon is mentioned, but this is mostly about the invention. So he's completely barking up the wrong tree. But how could an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And it's that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial, I've no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, honey. I love his bow. Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Runa. But chin up, you can do it. Oh, what about you, Iris? Ah, no, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. I see. It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. I bet you Barak von Zeeks is going to help us. Hang on. Oh, I didn't put it on command. Hang on a second. I really should, though. Thank you for reminding me. I keep forgetting. I just have it as a timer, not as a command. Because I have two booked YouTube channels. It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. And Mmm. Mmm. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. You can't head back streamer, sadly. I need to figure out how people do that. I see it in the I see it in other people's VTubers, but I don't know if that's a chat who activated it or them. I really need to look into that. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. We're on our way. An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed. And the scientists who convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. Oh, is it redeemed channel points? I see. That makes so much more sense now. Okay. Oh, shoot. When did I have that menu up? No, go away. I didn't realize that the VTuber I didn't realize the VTuber menu was up. My bad. 23rd of October, 9:10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Ooh, there's new people. There's new people around. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrayne. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. I thought... Someone remind me why the judges always old geezers? No, not always old geezers. Remember the Queen Bee from last trial? She was there. There were women there. There's been young women. There's been like young maid. There's been like young dudes. There was a young typewriter who is a communicator. Yeah, there's always... Yeah, there's a lot of old geezers, but that's... I think they tried to make it a bit more in tune with Victorian times. Judges, not jurors. Oh, you mean the judges. Iconic, I suppose. But there was a Japanese judge in this one, in the Japanese trial. And the dude is quite young. I think mostly to keep up with the theme and to make it look like the original judge from Phoenix Wright. Yeah, it has mostly been old judges, isn't it? It'd be nice to see more variety of judges. I'm 6 months out of practice, and what's more... Oh yeah, no Sasato! I'm without Sasato-san today, we're all on our own! We're all on our own. I'm hoping because we're defending Van Zeek's friend, he would help us. Please. No, she's got sucked into the void. No, poor Susetto. Bless her heart, she had to go back to Japan. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say I recollected the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Odie Asman. However, say what you will about judges always being old geezer. I like the fact that this judge looks like Father Christmas. Mr. Odie Asman. Mr. Asman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. Oh, but I hope so. All we could do is hope, because we're defending his friend. It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court, prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zeeks. But the jury unanimously found him not guilty, because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on 21st of October, Mr. Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Asman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrayne. Come on, dude! Very well, then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty? We haven't met these guys yet. I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord.
To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand?
Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, all are nothing more than performances. Any spurious scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides, the facts, and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? It's corn. It has the juice, it has the juice.
Hey, it's a policeman! Wasn't like this in my day. I wasn't like this at all. And then that's the policeman who Sherlock said was a murderer. The police killer Ottomol lookalike again. And he's as exhausted as ever, it seems. I'm exhausted just looking at him. I think I've seen Drew before. Really? I don't think I've seen him at all. I don't think I've seen any of these guys. Now, as I'm sure you are all aware, the incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition, shortly after its opening. Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. A tragic turn of events, and as such the eyes of all London, no, of the whole world, will be on this trial. No pressure then. No pressure.
When are you going to town tomorrow? Would you be better or
It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. Then let's go. So your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zeeks. Ah! Excuse me. At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. One of science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. Someone has the hiccups. It only happens when I drink something hot right after I eat something cold. Very weird. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good Lord. It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity. Yeah, quack. And beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? I don't believe it, that's for sure. Disassembling people with electricity. My goodness, how shocking. Ah, see what you did there. See what you did there. Ha! The whole idea is absurd. The hypotheses would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field? Yeah. I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. What is the prosecution's view on the matter? The prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. So it was a success! Because we found... It was weird. We found the victim's body where... We found the victim's body where the machine was pointing him into. Apologies. I'm eating again. What? What's the cause of death? The cause of death? Well, we're trying to figure it out. People say it was an explosion from the machine because he was inside that machine demonstrating it in the Great Exhibition. Where they'd be able to beam him into another location. But they found him in the other location. So they deemed the... They deemed the invention as a success, even though it exploded. But they think that it was the machine that the scientists invented is what killed the victim. So it's a bit confusing. The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant will be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to make Mr. Assman's life. In order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But... This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Nah, come on, Van Seeks. Thank you, Lord Van Seeks. The prosecution's stance is clear, although to be fair, he's probably doing his job. But it's still disappointing. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. The cape is off! Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand. Wait, who would be the first witnesses? The scientist and Gregson. Okay. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. Wait, he's calling my defendant. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigation.
Albert Harebrayne, scientist.
He's adorable. You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct? Excuse me.
Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypotheses at the Great Exhibition.
What you demonstrated was incredible, all right. An incredible explosion.
But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, there was the terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypotheses was a success.
Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. So this is the victim. This is the victim that died. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. So the machine was outside the machine was outside the Crystal Tower. This victim was in that machine. And while in the explosion, it somehow managed to beam this victim into the Crystal Tower through the window. The machine was supposed to beam people into another location. That was the idea. It was supposed to separate the body into particles, beam all the particles into another location, and have the particles sprung back into a human body. That was the idea that Sherlock and Iris deemed as impossible, and juror number 4. But it was claimed to be a success because they found the victim in the Crystal Tower where the machine pointed him into. So it's all very, 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 very confusing. This is all very sciencey. That's right, my lord. Seems the victim ran straight into it. I see. Very well, submit the photograph as evidence. And I want to see the photograph. You think the speed killed him? I think something else killed him inside the Crystal Tower. Something is not right. Something is definitely not right. Photograph of the victim. A photographic print of the victim taken after he had ostensibly been beamed to the Crystal Tower. It shows an apparent stab wound to the chest. Shall we have a gander? See, it's a stab wound. Can you get a stab wound from beaming through the window? I don't think you can. I wasn't expecting him to be so... his face to be so pristine. I would have thought that it would have been beaten up. Weren't you? You beamed through the window. How long was the distance? I can't really say without showing you. It's, here you go. Hopefully that was... So here's the machine, and this is the crystal tower. So it's quite a distance. He shot way up there, off screen. I love this. I'll eat while you look. But yeah. As the courts heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odie Assman. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being. I mean, he was a leader of a criminal organization. He was a man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. I see. So to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration?
That's right, that must be it! My splendid machine, my full splendid machine!
You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Harebrayne is like looking at Gregson.
The wreckage? The wreckage?
But that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. I beg your pardon? Isn't that right? Witness.
What? Sorry, me?
No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. Never heard of such act. Such act? I was trying to voice while eating. That's my bad. I might as well eat this last cucumber. Ah. Okay. Okay, I'm finding down. Either A, once it is blind, or once it is dumb. What makes you say that? Okay, I'm done eating. Now I can just eat crisps. Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. What? How could he possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, it was clearly visible. But the question is, where did the stab wound came from? Because when I saw the stab wound in the photo, it's a bit shocked. So I feel like he was died from something else. Formal testimony? Yes. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder. Okay, here we go. Right, I really need to concentrate. For some reason, I keep zoning out. A front for murder. The corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck. It did? Don't look broken. Okay. He has a broken neck.
Hey, I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake.
But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. I never heard of a teleportation machine stabbing someone in front when their back is towards the machine. Exactly, which is why I think he was killed by something else, not by the machine. A fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. Yes, so we saw that in the photo. So the victim was killed before he went to anywhere. And this fella's the only one who could have done it. An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart. Hearts are quite small, aren't they? You had to be very precise to stab a heart. So I don't think there was a mere accident. Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. The coroner says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused. Would he though? Who would be insane enough to help test that machine? True, the guy who volunteered, invested into this machine thinking it would be a success, but he was also the leader of some criminal organization.
No, that couldn't be further from the truth.
I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. Okay, we get to see the demonstration. So the victim stood himself inside something called the bird cage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the crystal tower, about 25 yards away. Okay, so we have our distance about 25 yards away. Or at least it's supposed to. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in mid-air, from where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the crystal tower's large round window. Yes! My word, one assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear it was just an accident. A terrible accident.
Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Oh, we have the murder weapon? But murder weapon? What are you saying? What's the murder weapon? What is the murder weapon? So someone purposely sabotaged the machine beforehand? Yes, it could be. Or it could merely be just an accident. And that became a murderer's real advantage. But that murderer could also sabotage the machine. For why? I don't know. This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record. Your request is granted, counsel. The autopsy report of the victim, Mr. Assman. His neck was broken from the impact of a violent fall, and he was stabbed in the chest with a sharp object. But you didn't specify what the sharp object is. I was in person, you know, I saw the whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on the stage with Mr. Assman was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist. And really, by all accounts, it must have been him. Hard to think otherwise, really. I feel like the jurors got it. Very well. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination, please. I think it's one of those chains with a spike attached to it. The chains with spikes attached to it? What chains? Am I missing something? Oh, I can't reach out. There was chains with spikes? Maybe this will help. Yes, my lord. No, there's a weapon like that. Oh. I need to focus here. It's been a while. It has been a while. I saw it was. Oh, I haven't seen it. You haven't seen it in the trial. Oh, I was like, what chains with a spike attached to it? The corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck. No more crisps for me. Hold it! Are you suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height? Exactly, which highlights something else about this whole business. What's that? The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. Yes. Ah. After the explosion, the cage with the fellow inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair. So although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. Remind us, Professor, what was the cause of the fatal disaster?
I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection. That's all. That was my mistake.
Hold it!
So the angle of projection is critical, is it? And you calculated it yourself, personally?
Absolutely. The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out.
Only you got it wrong, didn't you?
Yes, that's right. That's the point. The calculation is so complicated, even I can make a mistake.
Then why do it then? Do people fall for that brazen confidence? I should try it.
I took into account the subject's heightened rate, the wind direction, the ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable, so I just don't understand how this could have happened.
Obviously then, you had to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Asman was wearing at the time, I suppose. He did look like he was wearing heavy jewelry.
Ah! A crackling comets! The answer should have been 3!
So much for safety first. The 3 must be for safety third. Lol. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound.
Hold it!
Another fatal injury, you say?
That doesn't make any sense.
I didn't think I'd have to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it? 2 right. Obviously, at first, we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. His spine snapped in half as well? But you're saying that's not the case? You'll get your answer once I finish my fish and chips if you don't keep butting in every few seconds. But we all know that's a bottomless bag. Yeah, I noticed. The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that is the cause of death. Right, that's what we all thought, but it was a red herring, wasn't it? By pressing every statement. Wait, that's not what I meant to do? There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp, right in the heart.
Hold it!
Hold it! The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. Yeah, how come we didn't know? The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere. Thanks. So, what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused's tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. The screwdriver! Yeah, but there might be something hidden within those obvious statements. That's why I press every single statement just in case, you know? Daydreamer Live! Hello, lovely! Thank you ever so much for the raid, lovely. I much appreciate it. And welcome, viewers. Hello, welcome to the stream. I hope you're all having a lovely day. Let me give you a shout out and a special shout out, Daydreamer Live. Hello. So just do this and shout out Daydreamer Live. There we go. Hello. Welcome, Hema. Welcome, Grey Ranger. Hello. How is your stream, Daydreamer? What did you stream? Oh, and also thank you ever so much for the raid, lovely. I much appreciate it. What were you playing? Oh, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Oh, which one were you playing? Scarlet or Violet? And how did it go? Welcome, lovelies. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lily Tiger. I am a variety streamer. We are currently playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We are on Case 8. We are currently doing the first trial of Case 8, where we're trying to figure out how the victim is killed while volunteering for an experiment. So hi, welcome. Lovely to have you lovelies here. I played some Animal Crossing and then Pokemon Scarlet doing the special Tandy Mouse raid. Oh, nice. I think Scarlet was the one I played, and then my boyfriend plays Violet. But yeah, I really need to get back into Scarlet, definitely. He really does look like a vampire, doesn't he? He has that vampire essence. I don't know why. Very pale complexion. Maybe he just sucks the life out of you. Pokemon is life, absolutely. I got Psyduck, Gengar, and Altaria with me. And my boyfriend has Rosaria and Arcanine. Those giant ones that cost about 400 quid. Scarlet is the past one. That's the one with the jagged wheels, but he just runs on his legs. While Violet is the motorbike one. This. So we just figured out the possible murder weapon of the victim. It got stabbed by a screwdriver, apparently. Yes, but he's a cute derpy dog. I love derpy dogs. They're always so funny. Yeah, so that would appear to be some kind of screwdriver, wouldn't it, Kanza? Oh! What's up with him? There he is! My trusty little companion, Andrew! Really? Really, my dude? Andrew, of course. So the scientist is who we're defending. Ah, do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. Oh, it's just wine. He's the one who wastes wine. Definitely. But he's become... But Van Seeks is becoming even more complex than before. We're naming tools now, apparently. His screwdriver is named Andrew, which... I suppose makes sense, considering the screwdriver is the letter A. I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. Even the judge is like, I don't know what to say to that. Andrew is my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is a crosshead. Even more insane. Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank. Ah, that isn't... It's blood, beyond all reasonable doubt. Wait, we saw this screwdriver before. I don't remember there being blood. Beyond all No! And that's not all. So many things we could say, but let's not open that can of worms. Yeah, I don't know what to say to that either. And that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound. Oh, goody. That's great. That is so great. What? What? Ace Attorney witnesses are weird. I think the weirdest witness of all was am I allowed to say her name? I feel like it's spoilers. From the last Phoenix Wright game, Daria. She was something else, wasn't she? Order. There was April as well. I did not like April one bit. The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence. So this is Professor Harebrayne's trusty screwdriver that he's named Andrew. There are traces of blood at the tip, and it matches the shape of the victim's wound. I feel like we need to... So one of Professor Harebrayne's tools is the murder weapon? We need to examine this. I mean, There's blood. This is blood. Mr. Asmund's, no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. It feels so empty without talking to Sasato. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine. Which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. I don't have Monster Hunter. Probably not. I've got so many games to stream myself. I'm going to be playing a lot of Disney Dreamlight Valley because of the update. Great. I don't think... That was the fourth statement. I think I have to show that screwdriver on the fourth statement. But let's see what he says here. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere. And this fella's the only one who could have done it.
Hold it!
What grounds do you have for saying that? Ha! Do you really need to ask? There were only 2 people on that public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Ode Usman, and the accused, Professor Harebrayne. And we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right! I saw him with my own eyes! Furthermore, following the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, only someone else on stage with the victim could possibly have done it. Why did you react? Did you have to?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Professor Harebrayne, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Professor. Sorry. I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of I'm gonna need to read this before trying to make it sound scientific. I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. And the witness stand is the best place for that. No, it is not. It seemed as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark. Yes, that's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh? I don't know, but there's no way that I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Asman, as you say. Yeah? Explain, please, Professor. Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins. What? I had heard. Then surely you see. If I plunged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath, no, a blood swimming pool. But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Overdramatic, but he's got a point. He's got a point. I'll give him that. Well, no, I suppose not. We did not see any blood on the stage. No, I suppose not. You see not one! True, I didn't see anything like that. No, that's true. Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. Yes, well done, Professor. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Oh, I hear everyone thinking. Order, order! Pray forgive the discourtesy if I savour a drop from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friends adducing. Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Barrick, but I'm really not a patch on you. there he goes. He's wasting wine. No, you're not.
No? Hi, Nuddlove. Hello, welcome to the stream. How are you doing, lovely?
You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility.
I have?
Happy Valentine's. Oh, yeah, it's Valentine's. I tell you what, I completely forgot. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone.
I have?
A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Ah, of course. Inspector, enlighten the court, please. Yes, sir.
Where are they going with this?
Very well. You will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air. Ah, we need to show the screwdriver in this statement. Because it's not true. We found it by the machine. Hold it! Why would you think that, Inspector? With any wound, it's only when you pull the weapon out that profuse bleeding occurs. Whilst it's still lodged in the body, it acts as a stopper of sorts for want of a better word. I mean, yeah, that's true. When a knife is pierced into you, the idea was to not take it out because the blood will be everywhere. It will be spilled. So when you're stabbed, it acts as a stopper, for want of a better word. I see. You don't need a medical degree to be aware of this fact. It's common knowledge for any investigator. Thanks, Barrack. I was rooting for you to help me here, but it's clearly not the case. Although, how are you doing, Nuddlove? Welcome to the stream. I hope things are going well for you. We are still continuing with the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles here. Oh, it's such a son when you need her. I know, I miss such a son so much. If you ask me, this bloke masked what he was doing from view with his body before stabbing Asmin in the chest. No, he was in his right side, pulling all the levers. Maniacally, insanely. There we go. He was insanely pulling levers. Then he beamed the victim off the stage with his fancy device, the screwdriver still where he planted it.
I would never do such a thing. Not to my precious tools. We never use them for such dirty work.
Barrack, you know the dude. Surely you would know that.
You only use tools for their intended purposes. That's common knowledge for any scientist.
The fact remains, the lack of blood at the scene can easily be explained, as the prosecution has demonstrated. So that's all the testimony I have to work with. I had no idea the victim had been stabbed. That changes everything. Did Van Seeks keep that to himself until now on purpose to gain the advantage? Oh well, I suppose all I could do is press these witnesses for as much new information as possible. No, I think I've got it. I think I have to present the screwdriver to the last statement. So let's go. That was my mistake. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air. So we need to present the screwdriver in that, because the screwdriver says what remains of the kinesis was found poking through the grill in the base of what remains of the kinesis machine. So let's present that.
Objection.
Yes, I am so smart. I am so smart. SMRT. I am so smart. You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Am I pronouncing that right? Unequivocal? Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. How do you know? How do you know he was stabbed there? The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. Sorry, I'm still butthurt that he's not helping. Yes, but about this screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. Yeah! What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Yeah! Yeah, that's what happened! He took it from us! Oh, well, now you come to mention it, yes. And was there blood there before? Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. I mean, that's true. He did just make us look. We're not allowed to take or touch anything. I was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing. Yes, that's true. This screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? Well, what are you getting at? Yeah, what is he getting at? I'm confused. If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have still been on the stage. That's right. It should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Assman. Yes. And been found still lodged in the victim's chest. Yes, it should have. Fuck you, Gregson. We hate Gregson. Order, order. How do you explain this, Inspector? I don't... It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. Like the clothes. Otherwise, he would have been naked. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred... Boom! Obviously, that should have been beamed to the destination as well. This is a strange situation. Yeah, no shit. It is strange. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Yeah, because how did he get into the Crystal Tower? It's very strange. All right, time to tighten the screws here. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Yeah, Van Zieks, what do you have to say about that? What do you have to say about that? Lord Van Zieks is stumped. Hold it! Hold it! Oh, that's what he sounds like. Oh. Do you have something to say, witness?
Yes, I knew it. It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Navahodo, don't worry.
Oh, I screeched my own ears. I am so sorry for any headphone wearers out there. I did not realize how loud I was being while voicing this dude. I am so sorry. If it helps, I'll put my mic away. Push my mic slightly away from me. I'm so sorry. I pierced my own ears.
Don't worry.
About what?
Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency.
What?
Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asman's chest, My trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations.
What? Really, dude? Really? It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation? Just when I found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. We're defending the dude. Why did he say that? Scientists, I know, right? I know, right? I need a drink. Very well. The defendant will testify again. Provide us with a scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold.
In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord.
The inconsistency explained. Why? Why do you have to make this much more difficult? Why?
To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states the kinesis cannot transport metal, though. Hence, the metal weapon would have stayed put.
He was wearing a pocket watch. Wasn't he? He's wearing a pocket watch, I'm sure. Oh. Yeah, no! These glasses obviously has metal in it. So your hypothesis is wrong.
In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together.
So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypotheses, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. Well, the victim was wearing glasses that has metal chain in it. So, at least I presume it's made of metal, so. No? So if we coated Lily in metal and made her volunteer to test the machine, she would be safe. I wouldn't be safe anyway. I'm coated in metal. Depends on the metal. That would be dangerous. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. And therefore, this poor judge is like doing this bit by bit, learning this bit by bit to try and figure this out. Oh, bless his heart. And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrayne could still have been the killer. Did your hypotheses explain that, scientist?
My great hypotheses hold, you see. You're a fucking idiot. We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. I was not addressing you, witness.
Professor Harebrayne.
Yes?
Whose side are you on here? I've been thinking that ever since he says...
it was not an inconsistency. I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypotheses. I'm a scientist after all.
Fucking scientist. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. I feel like neither. I feel like he's just being an idiot. Boom. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Already did. Be sure he's trying to get himself guilty. Yeah, it's coming to that point, isn't it? But I feel like he's just being a freaking idiot. Unless Lord Van Zeeks and Harebrayne is planning something together. As I said, they are friends, so... Yes, fair away, Mr. Naruhodo. And even if they are secretly planning something together, he's not really good at hiding it, is he? So he's still being an idiot. Yes, far away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah. The inconsistency explained. All right, before I continue, I think I'm going to go and have a bit of a break. So I suggest, because I definitely need the loo, so I suggest you lovelies do the same. Go get yourself a beverage, some food, go to the loo, stretch your legs, stretch your glutes. Stretch your glutes and things like that. So I was about to say, maybe Van Zeeks bribed the witness to be stupid, but no, I don't think Van Zeeks would do that. In the last case, in the last trial, with the victim being the defendant, it was the victim that bribed the judge and the jurors, not Van Zeeks. I don't think Van Zeeks would be bribing. He said so himself, that he would only work to get justice. That is it. He's just doing his job. I think Harebrayne is an absolute idiot. That is all. But yes, I'm gonna go take a break. I'm bursting. Yeah, so go get beverage, go get food, maybe go out for a walk, stretch your legs, stretch your glutes, go to the loo and things like that. And yeah, I shall see you lovelies in a little bit. Hello, hello, lads, ladies, and lovelies. We are back. Back to cross-examine this fool. I was about to say something even more horrible there for a second, but yes, we are back. I do hope that you use this time to make sure to get yourself some drink, like a hot beverage or some water, and getting some food and things like that. And yes, a buffoon. There we go. That is a much more accurate term for him. That was a short break. Yeah, it was just making tea and going to the loo. But in case other people want to do like, but yeah, that was basically me. I do like short breaks. It's mostly enough to make a tea. Although sometimes I feel like it's not short enough. But no, do give yourselves a break, guys. Make sure you get a chance to recuperate or recharge. Anyway, shall we get going? To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. I mean, I will still press every statement anyway, just because anything we miss. Because even though I said, oh, I could be showing you screwdriver, showing the photo of the victim and blah blah blah. This is in case I missed something, in case I said it wrong. So let's go. And yet your retort to my argument wasn't lacking in confidence in any way. Yeah. No scientist can find the truth without first finding self-belief. Those were the words of a certain scientist I hold in the very highest esteem. Which scientist? But you realize that disproving my argument puts you in a very precarious position, don't you? No scientist just strives to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth. Oh, this guy is just more and more infuriating. More words of the same great scientist, you know. And who is this great scientist you mentioned? Maybe I should pay him a visit and punch him. Words that are causing me a lot of trouble. Who is the scientist? I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruhodo. But as soon as I remember the magnificent genius's name, you'll be the first to know. You don't even know the name of the great scientist you hold high esteem for? It might be worth keeping the names of your idols to mind. You're wasting your breath, my learned friend. This scatterbrain even forgets my name at times. Oh, well, that's fair. So Lord Van Zeeks really did have a friend once, but I didn't notice hell freezing home. Lord. Does Ryunosuke being sassy? Sasuto isn't here for the sassiness, so he's amping his sassiness. My hypothesis states the kinesis cannot transport metal, though. Hence, the metal weapon would have stayed put. Okay, so I think I should show the photo of the victim in this statement because it shows him wearing glasses that has a metal chain. But we're going to press to see if there's anything we're missing. Your hypothesis states it, so this isn't proven then? No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis, but a good one based upon thousands of calculations. But it is widely known that metals can't be decomposed by electrolysis. I'll go with electrolysis. It sounds better. Yes, of course. So I am. My hypothesis is clearly correct. What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy? Scientists. It's the whole reason that the birdcage is made of wood, you see. Sorry, the birdcage? The pod that the victim was in. Yes, that's what I call the C. obtusa cage. C. obtusa cage, in which Mr. Asman was placed for the kinesis. You can see the little metal there. Ah, the jail cell in which the victim was detained. It does indeed seem to be made of a timber of some sort. It did. I'll thank you not to refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. In short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on the stage if it was made of metal, correct?
Yes, that's it. Yes. It all fits perfectly with the mathematical model.
Oh, I am going to disprove his hypothesis so fucking hard. But the ultimate conclusion, then, is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Ah! There you go. Ah, indeed, sir. Someone beam me out of this nightmare.
In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all.
You seem to be pleased by that.
Yes, another example of my hypothesis holding true. But I sense some sarcasm, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you not pleased?
I'm not pleased by the fact that you are arguing against me and put yourself even more in line for the fact that you could have murdered the victim. You're fucking loon. No.
I knew it. At the end of the day, I'm the one responsible for Mr. Asman losing his life.
At least he realizes
The advancement of science is no excuse, I know that.
No, you're quite right. Tell the court, did you have a close relationship with Mr. Asman?
Oh, well, no, not really. I mean, I only met him, 2 or 3 times, and we only ever discussed my hypotheses and the project, and the research grant, of course.
So he was the one that gave him the research grant in order to make this kinesis machine possible.
Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible.
Hold it!
How did you come to know Mr. Asman in the first place?
A year ago now, a small provincial science journal published a little paper about my work.
That's a scientific journal? Good gracious, I should need new spectacles. I know, it's tiny.
Even my glasses wouldn't be able to read that. I might have an extraordinary hypothesis and great promise, but at the time, I had no money. I had to eat tiny little meals at a tiny little cafe and drink watered down water out of a tiny little glass.
Oh. I want tiny little things. I want to have tiny little tea bags and drink it from a tiny little mug.
But Mr. Asman read the paper and came to visit me at my tiny little laboratory.
Everything's so tiny. I want tiny things. And offered you money to help fund your work.
Exactly. That's exactly what happened. I handled the theoretical side of things, and Mr. Asman provided me with an engineer for the practical.
Okay.
And the 3 of us produced that fantastic machine together.
The machine that you brought to the Great Exhibition to demonstrate.
We had to apply to the government for some sort of inspection to be allowed to exhibit, I think.
That would make sense.
I didn't understand all that side of things. Mr. Asman took care of it all. Take care of all of it. He was a wonderful man. Really, I owe him everything. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together.
I would find him cute if he wasn't such an idiot.
Hold it!
Hold it! When you say that you built the machine together, does that mean that you were involved in its construction?
Yes! Well, not exactly.
What does not exactly mean?
I'm not good with the practical side of machines myself, so the physical construction was done by an engineer.
Okay. Little remains of your creation now, though. Following the explosion, repair will no doubt be impossible.
Yes, I realize that, but still. If someone were to gather all the broken parts, they could discover the secret of my hypotheses. Asman and I toiled over that machine for so long. We put our hearts and souls into it. I have to protect our work. So what's left of the machine must be kept safe. That's only fair because what happened was an accident.
Ooh. That's the extent of the testimony then. Thank goodness for that. I don't want him doing any more damage. He's already basically proven that he could have been the culprit. But it seems as though all he really cares about is defending his hypotheses. Still, I wonder, what if his hypothesis is just fundamentally flawed? It is. It is. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states... So we are going to present the photo here. So as you see here, there's metal. I believe that's metal. That looks metal, doesn't it? This looks metal. That looks metal. I say that's metal. Let's give it a go, shall we?
Objection!
Objection! Professor Harebrayne, you say that according to your hypotheses, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct.
In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. His face! I do love the moustache of that face. You can clearly see that Mr. Asman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim.
Yeah. What? Metal? No! Metal can't... That's not... metal? No!
We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypotheses correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal-rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place. Let's go! Let's go!
Ah, my hypotheses! My hypotheses!
Oh, shut up about your hypotheses! We got you out of a predicament! You may not have murdered the guy! Don't be distressed! Look at him! Boom! Professor Harebrayne, this isn't easy for me to say. But your hypothesis is clearly flawed! We shat on his hypothesis so fucking hard. Order, order, order. Counsel, what is the implication of this? If on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage, in the Crystal Tower. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. Oh, wait, I just thought of something. There was hot air balloons. What if somebody killed him while he was up in the air by the hot air balloons? Is that too much of a stretch? But my hypothesis is sound, is it? Is it sound? I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work. Objection! If I could say something here, in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, juror number 4. Go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait! Great Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect? It's just been disproved, isn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder and a fraud. I say the wreckage of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No, never! That machine is the essence of my entire hypotheses. In
It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What the devil is that blasted act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule?
I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? Raise an objection.
Objection.
Professor Harebrayne has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so, what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public. He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing. Yeah.
Objection.
Objection. I love his objection, Vazix. He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. Ooh, that's a good comeback, though. That is a good comeback. If the government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators? What would be the value of such a grant? £10? You're an order of magnitude out, madame. £500 £500 a year. I mean, that wouldn't be a lot of money in this day and age, but back in Victorian times, that would have been incredible.
You could live handsome on that much for years.
The society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently. And plenty of scientists argue with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive and enough for murder, I assure you. Oof.
No, I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound, the science is sound.
Please, you must believe me. Like, why is a corn-chewing child a juror? I have no idea. Also, I don't think it's a child. I think it's just a little old woman who just likes corn.
It's corn! It has the juice, it has the juice. Can't imagine a more beautiful thing.
I got that wrong instantly. No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen. Also, I don't know why you're asking me. I didn't pick the jurors. The jurors just come randomly. But I'm pretty sure you can't be under 18 to be a juror. So I think it's just a little old lady. The fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success. It was a success. Can't wait for the judge to say, order, order. I'm trying to impersonate based on the speaker from House of Commons. When the politicians gets all riled up, he would go, order, order. It's so funny. Beric! And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused. Beric. Poor Harebrayne. I mean, I know he's a fucking idiot, but still, I feel bad for him. Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. Ooh, new witnesses! New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement? I'm curious. Is it the hot witch? Oh, please let there be the hot witch. They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses. Very well. The court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. This experiment was not postiche. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Postiche? The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh, yes? 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 It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypotheses. I could definitely see that. But where does that leave me? Intriguing. We shall take a short recess now. Oh, I should have had the break at the short recess, but never mind. During which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. To be continued. To be continued. Right, we'll save this and we shall continue. We'll get to the bottom of this trial. I know for a fact this is not the only trial in this case. But hopefully we'll get to the bottom of his hypotheses, which is flawed. 23rd of October, 10:44 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Mr. Navahodo, we got some talking to do, darling. What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? What were you playing at all along? My hypotheses, my amazing hypotheses. You've been picking holes in it from the start. Because there were holes. No, not just this one part of the trial. Not the entire case, if that's what you mean. Ah, sorry about that. But you promised me! You said you'd prove that dratted explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. But all you've done so far is try to undermine me. I mean, you've undermined me. So, fuck you? Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypotheses. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? Ah, but if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see? It's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh, no! Yes. So, sit down and shut up. You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being. Ah, now he understands. Well, that might be a little over the top. And while we're on the subject... Well, what about Barrack? He's being awful. Yes, he has, hasn't he? Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. Okay, yes, I agree with him on that one. Luckily, there's some new witnesses, so hopefully he won't come on as a witness anytime soon. Oh, but no, wait, he's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore? He's still human. He's not dead. He's not an actual, even though he might dress as a vampire, he's not actually a vampire. I don't know what you want about Harebrayne. Glad that's cleared up. He thinks Reaper is not human. Lol. Can I double check something with you? Yes. Sorry, go ATM. Ah, yes. What? The machine and demonstration you prepared, they were based entirely on your hypotheses, I presume? There was no trickery involved? What does that silence mean? I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Okay? Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it. Good point, Sharky. We should have asked the name of the engineer. He did say the engineer invented the invention. Well, not build the invention, not invented the invention. He built the invention based on Harebrayne's ideas. All right, Professor, I understand. Counsel, defendant. The prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way into the courtroom, please. Yes, bailiff, let's go. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. Though then Van Seeks did say it would be pointless. He did, didn't he? Maybe he will come on the second trial. Who knows? But on the other hand, Mr. Holmes was adamant. A practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? We can figure it out. 23rd of October, 11 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Are we ready? You know what we haven't done? We haven't, talked to the jurors. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. So, excuse me, Lord Van Zeeks. I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Is it the hot witch? Is it the hot witch? Indeed they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. Oh? So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. A police detective? Perfect. A detective of all people. So in yesterday's stream, we did an investigation and we met a really nice looking woman who is dressed as a witch, who turned out to be who makes wax models. I wonder if she is some sort of witness. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Although it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. Maybe Hosonaga? Oh yeah, it might be. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So, bring forth your witnesses now. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Unequivocally. Gina! Oh my god, it's Gina! Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. No, the hot witch is not there. Dina is a self-proclaimed detective or inspector, whatever she says. My name is Balthasar Loon. I haven't met you yet. Oh, you must be the one that hosts like the hot air balloons. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in vicinity of the Experimento stage. Oh god, I can't do German accents.
My name is the Wilhelm Gottschalk of Sigismund Ormstein. I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia.
Oh, you've injured your head, lovely.
I'm very rich.
Cool. Good to know you're rich.
Inspector Gina Lestrade of Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective, even Sherlock Holmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition and I got to go up in one of them balloons. It was amazing.
Oh, Gina. We love you, Gina. Gina, again. Yeah, but she's more happier now, so it's fine. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in the balloon, actually, didn't she? She did say that, she did. And she clearly loved every minute of it. No, that's a little heart. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet. Very low.
Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can you?
60 feet. About 18 meters then. Yes, he would always love to be beamed out of the courtroom. He's having a very tough time. Thank you for your introductions. Now you will give your formal testimony for the court. Let's go. Let's see what you see. Say what you see. Who has that catchphrase? Oh, catchphrase! Sorry, it's from a game show catchphrase. Say what you see. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. Let's go. Also, I do apologize for terrible accents. Let's go. It was an incident terrible. Oh, are you French? It was an incident terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged.
Oh, there's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. And from amid the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere.
The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone, and crashed into the crystal tower.
I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower.
Okay. So the horizontal distance is 25 yards and the vertical distance is 60 meters. From the sound of it, yes. And a most extraordinary collective account, I must say. Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions? Oh wait, what? Who said that? 2 explosions? More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places. Yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. 2 witnesses, so the balloon man and the child. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called birdcage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. Wait, what? The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the Crystal Tower.
What? I was very surprised. Suddenly, a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. I still have lots of money. Yes, thank you.
Precisely who is this curious infant? I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian loyalty. Our victim is upside down. Yeah, he was plummeted upside down. That's how he broke his neck, so we're told. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition.
Yeah, I am here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school.
We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Okie dokie. Do we really need that?
When I remove my mask, this is what I look like.
But how do you injure your head, lovely? Oh, I see. Yes. A delightful face, I'm sure.
Yeah, everybody said so.
Great disguise, then. Great. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. I can already tell this is a recipe for disaster. The child will become a crybaby. In Phoenix Wright, we did have to cross-examine a child. And yes, he was a absolute crybaby. He was terrible. Yes, this will be a recipe for disaster. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the Crystal Tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asman on the stage, could possibly have committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So the defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, sir. Yes, my lord. Yes, let's go. Why can't our witnesses be normal for once? Because that would be boring. We want high, interesting, weird witnesses. It was an incident terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. Hold it! There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand? Si, all 3 of them. My bellissimi bambini. Oh, he's Italian. Sorry, I thought he's French. Okay. They are very popular, signor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. Yeah, I was going to say, £10? Oh, well, it is a hot air balloon ride. And hot air balloon rides are very expensive.
£20 a month. That is my pocket money.
Royals have all the luck.
I got up there for free, I did. Play the old I work for Her Majesty's Police card, you know?
Detectives have all the luck. Stipend. I presume that means payroll. Yeah, some paid as a salary. Particularly for a public official. Spoiled confirmed. Of course he's spoiled. He's from a royal family. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. See, at the zone above public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident.
Right, I can fill you in there, my lord.
Nordina!
There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us.
Gina was the one that said the 2 explosions. All right, Gina, let's hear you, lovely. So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air?
Yup! Ain't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh?
I'm surprised the blast didn't knock back the balloons. Yeah, I'm surprised as well. I'm surprised the blast didn't affect the balloons. Isn't it operated by hot air?
I'm telling ya, although being a lawyer's a mug's game, you should join the force and we could go flying together. Ah, I love that.
You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think?
Everything, we saw everything, because we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing up into that cage, and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. I mean, yeah, that did happen. And that's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that.
Oh gosh, there's just... Yeah, helium and hydrogen. So if there was an explosion by the balloons, it would definitely affect them. Surely. They would have been burst into flames. Surely. You are describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe.
I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang right in my ear. I looked around and there was a huge green fireball right next to us in the sky. And there was nothing there before.
Ooh, you reacted. What do you have to say about that, child? Master Gotts, does your memory of the day differ?
My teacher at elementary school says that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use the full name.
Yeah, yes. What was it again? Ugh. Child, speak this instant. Yes.
Wilhelm Goswick Sigismund Orms.
I'm not saying that. Wilhelm Goswick Sigismund Ormstein. Am I pronouncing that right? Probably not. Just the 4 names then. The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps?
Oi, get right, Otto. It's Inspector Lestrade.
Why does everyone have a problem with how I address him at the moment?
That is not what I saw.
Oh, okay. A completely different testimony. Interesting.
Yeah, there was a second explosion and it was right beside our balloon. That is true. But I'm sure... Which is what I said in it. 1 minute there was nothing there, the next a massive explosion.
My teacher at elementary school says that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt,
you will have the most awful life imaginable.
God. Someone smacked this kid with a book. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? Oh yes, he's a peach.
Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky.
A green balloon?
Yeah, you what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did. I saw it. And you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream.
Oh, okay. If it was right beside the balloon, it would have caught fire. Yeah. Because I don't know if we have the evidence for that.
My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed.
Is he a prince? Is he a prince?
Playing a bleeding loyalty card, are you? Typical.
Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. Ooh, this would be good though. In the interests of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia.
It was not the sky that exploded. It was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time.
So, this is good. That's why we need to keep pressing, because somebody might said something else that could contradict other people, and it also helps us find the contradictions. That's why. That's why it's important to press every statement. All right. I'm not presenting anything. So this is a green cloth. And it's canvas. Hot air balloons are made of canvases, right? They must do. Otherwise, how would they hold the hot air? What's this? Alright, let's go back. Let's listen. A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that?
Of course I am sure. I am a proud Bohemian Prince. All these questions is making me boring.
I think you mean bored.
Ugh. English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior.
Ragazor, it is very wrong to lie.
Lie? Flying balloons never explode for the same reason the planets never explode.
It is logical. Logical. So he's saying that balloons don't explode, which we both know that's not true. I think we've got proof that hot air balloons explode. So I think that's the contradiction. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical.
If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. Madai! I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them.
Still wondering how he injured his head.
Does he have a flame
in his hat? That's so cool. Here you are, Your Highness. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loon? No, I did not see the explosion myself. However... Excuse me.
Something went down the wrong way. Sorry.
However, the cages fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. Okay. Hold it! Did you see that actually happen? No, in reality I did not. I saw after it hit the tower. There was a grand confusion around the stage. I ran to see what had happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. I suppose they are his livelihood. But when I look up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. One witness thinks it exploded nothing. Another witness thinks it exploded a green balloon. And the other says that the balloon, all his balloons are still intact. I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I am a detective now. Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. That's what I like to hear. Can I just say, I love her outfit. It's so cute. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower.
Hold it!
Hold it! Was it you who gave the order to keep people away? Eh? Use your head, Otto. How could it have been me? I was up in a balloon, weren't I? Right. So, because I weren't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panicking spectators as he tried to seal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell you. Amazing! Poor Inspector Gregson. So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out of my wits. Keep it together, Inspector. Gina is cute, but kind of dumb. I mean, she was an orphan, so she never had the education to read and write. The only way that she lived by was pickpocketing. So, yeah, she is book dumb, but she's getting a hang of this, I feel, and she's only 15 as well. So, give her a chance. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. But what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. Wait, what? The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. I think I need to present this green canvas.
Objection!
No? Okay, I was definitely wrong. Maybe I have to show it to Gina's statement. Switch around trick instead. That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. I don't understand how that works though. The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. Yeah, they said they saw a green balloon. Oh, maybe that is the contradiction. He's a well-known criminal. He was, yes. What if I present this to you? What's this? For some reason I keep thinking he was wearing a green suit. So it could be possible for a fake scene. That is true. We haven't actually looked into this. Ah, there's some sort of lever here. What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. So a crossbow. I think it's probably used for the same thing too. Is there any way to look? This groove here must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. So I was right. It's a sort of bow with an automatic firing mechanism. This would be perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with the bowstrings 2 times out of 3. In fact, if I had had one of these, maybe I could have beaten Kazuma in good archery training. Anything else? It looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. You must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device then. So that would explain the explosion in the sky. In fact, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. Ugh, I really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. The cogs, did you say? No, it looks like I can't check the cogs. No. Is that it? I think that's it. So we got a crossbow. Found an... We haven't checked this either. We haven't actually checked any of the... Aha! It looks like layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. I've never seen anything like it before, but applying Mr. Holmes's methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really, really didn't want to get wet. Eh? And the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Wait, what? Or maybe not. No. What the fuck are you on about? Present the crossbow on the balloon explosion statement? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If that's not right, then I'm gonna present the green fabric to Gina's statement, which is this one. But let's try the crossbow one first.
Objection!
Nah, that didn't work. Okay. Okay. Goes to the boy. We already tried that. It didn't work. I don't know why it didn't work though. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. But what if it was actually some kind of switch around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. He would be on... Is he saying that he would be in the balloon? The two exposures would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. So I think I'm going to show the green fabric either to this dude or to Gina. Let's give this a go. Also, I'm with 3 hits. I'm gonna save. What people saw was an explosion. This has scorch marks.
Objection!
No, that didn't work. This one's hard. Thank God I saved. It was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time. Do I need to press each statement again? Green balloon that was next to ours. Was there a balloon next to... Well, are they saying that the balloon... This is their balloon. The balloon is supposed to be there. Then. This one?
Objection!
No, it's not that. This one's hard. The only thing I could think of is showing the green fabric to the balloon dude. The green fabric or... Oh, maybe... But how am I supposed to prove that? He says that the balloons are not damaged. She He says that there is a balloon that is damaged, and Gina just says the sky exploded. Right, we got nothing to lose. Right, we got a point to lose.
Objection.
No. Oh yay! We did it! We found it! Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is? I think it may be... See, a bit of a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry? The envelope? Ooh, what does he mean by that? Pardon, that is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. Ooh. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky, otherwise it would explode. Just thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gotts testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. Aha. If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. Yes! No! If a balloon exploded that day, why didn't the man say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed. No, I mean, just spent 10 whole pounds for the experience. How awful. Like, those things crash 50% of the time anyway. Nice! Oh, wait, the jurors is gonna be at us, aren't they? The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage. I'm sorry, I desperately need a loo again. I will be right back. Okay. I am back. The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon. Would you adopt me? We're not looking for... I don't know how to answer that question, to be honest, sorry. Me and my boyfriend are not thinking of children at the moment. Sorry. The boy shifted to a location occupied by a balloon, causing the balloon to explode. Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, if as it were, but it changes nothing but the pertinent facts. Oh, who's this holder? This I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Liu? You are suggesting that I am a liar. The person died in a balloon incident. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. Ah, I see what you did there. The victim was a sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There was no such balloon in the sky. It is non-possible. You're saying it's impossible? Why? The model has shrunk again. It's mostly because of me leaning in and out. It does that. This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day. Objection. But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon. More testimony? Okay. I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you are operating at the exhibition. Grazie, my lord. Okay, here we go. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe. But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? The coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. This stupido ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Hi, Hichika. Hello. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing, lovely? So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you? Si, exactamente. If he even saw a balloon in the first place, I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war. All out war. What happened to all out war? How are you doing, Hichika? Hope you're having a lovely day so far. Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying, but that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. There we go, finally got my day done, yay! Yay, then you can relax for the day, absolutely. Oh, I do hope you had was it a day of work? Oh, I do hope it went well. This ready to start World War III. It's coming to that point, isn't it? If the defense is unable to find fault with the witnesses' statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Happy Valentine's Day! Happy Valentine's Day, Sharky! I will not lie, I completely forgot about Valentine's Day. Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses. Let's go. But yes, happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Oof! 1 point. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. Alright, let's... You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? Signor. I might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons. Okay, good. It would appear no mistake has been made then. Surely Mr. Strahd could have been sent for such a menial task.
What, me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. He said kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought it and said he'd have to go himself in that case.
Is anyone doing anything special on Valentine's Day? All 3 of my balloons are carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe. Hold it. Am I a good singer? No, absolutely not. It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. I mean, yeah, I like to sing, but definitely not a good singer. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky?
Are you an idiot, huh?
Sorry? That is like asking, why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright, and the balloon flies because it flies. What else? That must be Italian for I don't know. There are 2 types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air. No plans for V-Day, just going to eat some cold fruit salad and watch some K-drama with the boyfriend. Ooh, that would be nice. What K-drama though? Whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. I would like to hear you sing though. I'm sorry, I'm not comfortable singing on stream. I got him donuts with little hearts. Oh, they're so cute. I think me and my boyfriend is just gonna watch Numbers, which is a very good crime show for anyone who's into crime. See, and my balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe. Hydrogen, lighter than air, but highly explosive. Good lord. I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like fire. I mean, yes. That's fair enough. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. What does it matter with you, Signor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosion, explosion. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day. I am completely sure. But if you still say that is what happened, you must show me the proof. All right. So Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded? Maybe this is where we showed the crossfire. We're gonna watch Love to Hate You, a new K-drama on Netflix. Ah. I think I saw that somewhere in Netflix. There's been a lot of K-dramas lately. I haven't watched a K-drama for a while. I think the K-drama I watched recently, it was Extraordinary Attorney Woo. I really like that one. Oh, and Witch in Court. That's also a really good one. But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya?
Hold it!
I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah, I'm not into picking stuff up off the ground, me. Always works out way better diving into people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is, though, the cage went crashing into the Crystal Tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigating was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Cool, listen to you. You stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Well, you ain't got a badge, have ya? Like this one. I could arrest you with this if I wanted to. I wouldn't put it past her, lol. Yeah, the sound bits does echo. It's like that with the fart noise. Honestly, I don't know why it echoes. I'm gonna put it past her. Come to think of it. Actually, I think the echoing was part of the sound, now that I think about it. When I tested it, it does echo. Come to think of it, there was talk of some scorching on the ground at a meeting we had about the investigation. Ooh, could you tell us more? The coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage.
Hold it!
There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the coves who were watching the experiment were caught in a blast and injured. Oh wait, there are injured people. Good job the old contraption didn't keel over, eh? I hadn't even considered that. It seems there was great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of the envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions.
Like me swiping all his fish and chips.
Oh, I love to see Gregson's face. Rianiske. Rianiske is just my normal voice. I don't think it would make any difference. The man's sole pleasure, but I'll definitely do it. None of this matters. The scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niente. This stupid Doragazo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway.
Hold it!
Hold it! You mean the color is wrong? The color is wrong. Please ignore. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. Interesting. And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that could be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. I like the fact that Van Ziegs is explaining this whole situation to me, because that kind of helps. It kind of paints the picture. It means the whole world. Scrap a balloon means everything. But does it though? Does it? One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? Si, exactamente. As the signals say, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly, this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw. Oh, he is not a happy bunny. Are you not happy? What's that? Is something wrong, Master Gotts?
It's Master Wilhelm Gottsrick Sigismund Ormstein.
It was on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia.
So I believe that he's not lying. I believe there is something up there. You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments.
Evidence? What is this evidence?
To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim.
Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here.
Good gracious! Yes, okay. We're getting some more stuff. What?
I had not been up in the balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs.
Everyone is like, what? There's photo evidence now. This little spoiled brat has got evidence this entire time. Of the crystal tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel sailors, the balloon. And the instantaneous kinesis experiment. Did you take a picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Really? You did take one? But all I wanted was a ride in the balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Oh, you stupid child. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course. And then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon. Let's see. How do we know that's green though? Can I burn a balloon? The child inside it. I picked the wrong balloon. Well, I see you are all too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault. That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera. That is one very Bohemian sounding cry. I don't know what that would sound like. What are the two dots above the A's? I don't know. How would you? Very well. The court will accept this photograph as evidence. A photograph taken by Gotts while he was riding in a balloon. It shows another balloon that he claims was green and exploded moments after he took this shot. That was taken from the balloon, no? No, yeah, it is. But we don't know if that's green or not. Actually, to be fair, there's no zigzags on it, so that's good. Not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. And I want to see this photograph, because it could be important. So this is when it exploded. No one is in the balloon. No, it is a great idea because he gave us the photo. As a matter of fact, this boy has been helpful. So he's got photo evidence. He says he saw the green balloon. So we're moving forward with what this prince is telling us. But there's no one in this balloon. Interesting. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang, and a hot wind rushed over my face. Okay. Actually, no, this has been great. This photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give the flying fig. Okay. Lovely language you've picked up. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon, but Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility, and it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. We're going to save this. I know for a fact that the evidence we need is the photo. The question is, And I think it's the statements from Loon that we have to contradict. Do I present the photo of the balloon to him? Well, there's a scientist. There's the dude. That's the victim. Sorry about that. I muted because I was talking to someone. I think you should present the green canvas again. I don't think so. I don't think that proves anything. We do know... I don't think that will do much difference because everybody knows about the green canvas. I think we should show this. I'm gonna go for it.
Objection.
Yeah. Well, I want some full lives anyway. That's fine. All of that is fine. Alrighty then. We can... I think we could do that again with 5 lives this time, not with one measly 1 shot.
Guilty.
At least we know to not show the photo of the first statement.
Guilty!
Guilty! God, what an annoying voice! Oh. Court is adjourned. Retrieve from the scene. Yeah, we could do that. Yes. That way we would have 5 shots back and we do this again. As I said, Balthazar is no light. Also, we should press them again because I'm very confused. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. That means pressing the Bohemian Child again because we need that photo. Yeah, I'm gonna save after we get the photograph back from the child. I might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and 1 was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. Oh, he did check. Okay, I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons. Okay. was made then. Okay, so I was wrong to present him. What, me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. East End kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought it and said I'd have to go himself in that case. Okay. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe. Ah, he did say that statement. And the balloon shows no passengers.
Hold it!
It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiot? Sorry? That is like asking, why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. And a balloon flies because it flies. What else? There are 2 types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air, whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. See, and my balloons are filled with a magic gas, I believe. Hydrogen, lighter than air, but highly explosive. Good lord! I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not light fire. Yeah, okay, we get that. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. Were they all in the same balloon? They were not. After me, I cannot eat. Or I cannot eat. No. I think... Was he in the balloon? He must be on the ground. Surely. To control the balloons. The child is in the balloon. And so is Gina. But I don't think they were in the same balloon. A number of balloons exploded that day. I am completely sure. We need to check the... So the green balloon was gas balloon. We'll have to check. Yeah, that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded? But you can't get away from the fact that the burnt out bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya?
Hold it!
So that explains why Gina saw 2 balloons. Yeah, she saw 2 balloons. The child... The child saw the green balloon. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah, I'm not into picking stuff up off the ground, me. Always works out way better diving into people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is though, the cage went crashing into the crystal tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigating was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Cool, listen to you. You stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Well, you ain't got a badge, have ya? Like this one. I could arrest you with this if I wanted to. Yeah, but he wouldn't be... Yeah, but he wouldn't be in all 3 balloons at once. There was talk of some scorching on the ground at a meeting we had about the investigation. Oh god. The coppers at the yard record it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage.
Hold it!
There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the coves what were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Go drop the old contraption, didn't keel over, eh? I haven't even considered that. It seems there was great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of the envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Oh, poor Inspector Gregson. I think he tried his best. Like me swiping all his fish and chips, eh? Hang on. Sorry about that. I found out an important email, so I had to make a note of it. Anyways, let's go. The man's sole pleasure. None of this matters. That scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niente. Oops, did not mean to do that. This stupid ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Oh! I think I found the... I mean, the color is wrong. Maybe I have to show the photograph of on that statement. And it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that could be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Red and blue zigzag stripes, yeah. There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operated from before the Great Exhibition. But surely that would have stopped. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. Yeah. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? So we need to get a photo from you. Lovely.
Excuse me.
Red and blue zigzag stripes? Yes, that's been said before. It was on the tip of my tongue. I still want to know what's wrong with his head. That is a terrible injury. I'm surprised no one asked him about it, because it could relate to a balloon incident. It could relate to the incident. Let's get the picture. But the balloon in the picture doesn't have stripes. That's what I was... That's what I was thinking. We should have shown the picture to that statement. What is this evidence? A photograph, for instance, some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why did you say so sooner? I have the photograph. Good gracious. Come on, let's get the photograph, come on! Any instantaneous kinesis experiment? Did you take a picture of that? Yeah, but I kind of want a game over anyway, so I could get a reset of all the 5 shots. I don't like being in just 1 shot left. So I kind of did that on purpose. But I am going to save after the statement from this child. He's just complaining about the camera. No, I don't really care about his crying. But his statement and his photo will be very, very useful. So here we go. This photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Changes nothing. It cannot give a flying fig, apparently. He doesn't give a flying fig. Alright, let's see the photo again. I can't see any other balloons. Well, I can't see another balloon. This is from Gotz's balloon. I think you're right. This is a gas balloon. I can't see any flame. Hot air balloons have flames. Thank you, Master Gods. It's been super helpful. So it's not this one. I mean, that's also true, so... So let's present the photo with that statement, because there's no zigzags. Also, even though it's black and white, it looks... It might be a right shade for blue, but not for red, so...
Objection!
Oh wow, that doesn't work! Okay. I should have saved. I didn't save! I am an idiot! I am an idiot! Let me save, at least with 4 hit points. That's not too bad. We can get over with 4 hit points. as I thought. Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon, but Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility, and it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. As I said... There was no passengers. There was no passengers in the balloon. Let's try that.
Objection.
There we go. We got it. Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else. Something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Oh, my goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, they offer pleasure for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing. Niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine. I would agree with him on that. Ah, this is what the balloon looks like. There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing. See, the competition! Trying to steal my profits! I did not notice because of the experimento that went wrong on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below. Right, so them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks, they didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down. But because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage. So it was a scene. It was a scene being set up. This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly it has nothing to do with the case. I'm going to look at that. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. Let's have a look. Because I know it's going to ask us where to point. But I can't see it. The smoke is the explosion? I think so, yes. Oh, no. It's not an explosion. The smoke is coming from the pipes. Is that meant to be deliberate? I feel like it is. The court has been sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Yeah, we haven't heard anything from the jurors. Really? Have you really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? I'm just going to go down in this blind and say there's more. Because there's always more. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait. Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph of Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue? Look at this man! We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? It does not show the balloon's colour, and it certainly does not show the balloon's... I'm looking at it again. Wait, could that be the cause of the explosion? The balloon's owner, do you reckon? I can't see the balloon's owner. Really? Where's the owner? It's like fine. It's like where's Wally or where's Waldo? There is no owner. Ooh, or it might have been set up on purpose. Ooh. But wouldn't the owner be flying one of the balloons? Oh no. Let me save. I'm gonna say the cause of the explosion because of the smoke. But why would the balloon's owner be there? So we go for it. We're absolutely sure of the balloon's owner. Two, maybe. I know. Okay, I'm gonna go with the explosion. It makes more sense. We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was not my fault. Evidently. Because the birdcage from the Kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited. Objection! No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph of the court. I knew that was going to happen! Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see, and what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is... Wait! Oh my goodness! This beam! Something was shooting! It's this! What is that? It's not a glare! I don't think. Something was shooting at the balloon. You know that crossbow? I think someone was shooting from that crossbow.
Take that!
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. I didn't think of that. I just assumed it was like a glare from a camera. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. See, that's what I thought. That's what I thought, Van Zeeks. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this... I did not look at it with the magnifying glass. Why? Is it any different? I mean... I thought I would see an arrow. But, oh my goodness. With a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. Goodness, what is that? Undeniably, some flash of light, yes. Oh, golly, do you think it might be lightning? But it couldn't have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. Ooh, an arrow made of fire? A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon, like an arrow. Indeed, even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. Interesting. My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon? Ah, shit!
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height. Objection. An arrow lit in fire? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen. What evidence? If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sake, present it, man. Oh, the judge is on the edge of his seat. Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon? This one.
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. The minds are linked. Yes, great minds think alike. Great minds think alike. Yes. Good Lord, is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. But who is doing that? Are you suggesting that crossbow was used to deliberately... Blimey, you're right! That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it? Then the explosion of the balloon, it was... That could have been somebody else! Very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. But there's no oil on the crossbow. But it might be oil on the arrow. No! Also, fuck off, dude! There's a green balloon! Oh my god, you have a green balloon! Don't you fucking say that you only have red and blue zigzagged balloons, you freaking liar! Order! Order! Cancel! This is an extraordinary supposition. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge, of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with the big explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Japanese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... What? Wait a minute! What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all, or what? Were crossbows silent back then? Yeah, it was silent. Yeah, there was like... Well, it would definitely be silent after the around the time of the explosion of the machine. Definitely. No one would be able to hear it. But yeah, it would... Crossbows are silent. My goodness me. Oh, now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. Wait, what? What? Did I just hear that correctly, Council? The experiment was a failure and faked most likely then, if this is what we found out. We can't really say... We can't really say that the experiment is fake, though. Otherwise, how... They would still put the blame on the scientists. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Council? There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. Also, nice called it. Nice call. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you will all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. Even Judge is speechless. Good grief!
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic. Both Mr. Holmes and Iris said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility because there wouldn't be smoke from the kinetic blast. I think we've finished the trial. I think we have as well. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. Yes, that is a very good point. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself. Yes, juror number 3. What is it? Such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Juror number 3. All that would be needed is a doppelganger. Someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman. So are you saying the victim might not be Mr. Asman at all? It might be somebody else? And having this other man appear on stage in front of the show as a body double, or the other way around. Oh, shit. Ah, yes, of course. So, in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start. So it was all, yeah, it was all fixed.
Objection!
But I don't think the scientist was aware of that. That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. He would either be exploded or he would be suffocated. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend upon the mixture ratio. Juror number 4. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. You did say that there would be a mixture of hydrogen and helium, but we all knew about helium. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. The mixture ratio? Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. He didn't have any burns on his body, though. But no, not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible. With a fraud charge for attempting to win the money by fakery? Hope not. If he doesn't know about the forgery, because he was working with the leader of a crime organization. He was working with a criminal. He probably didn't know that that guy was a criminal. So everything that happened can be explained logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Oh, goodness me. And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. This would be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Zieks can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrayne is a suspect now. No, not you. Mr. Nalhodo, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? Excuse me? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrayne? I, Albert Harebrayne, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odie Asman. Excuse me? Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What are you doing? What is he doing? Order! Defendant, explain the sudden confession. Objection! Professor Harebrayne, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypotheses and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you... Barrack! Yes? I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please. Ensure the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical conjuncture. Yeah, I think back then, definitely, because it's really hard to come by monies in Victorian times. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. What? Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do... The special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. Oops, I did not mean to do that. What's the time? We've never seen Francis fill his glass with a bottle. Yes, we have. He does do that. Yeah, he has been doing that quite a lot. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypotheses preserved. And then he will be in prison or executed. Well, Counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter? I don't know, I've never done this. What Professor Harebrayne, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypotheses. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. Yeah, that's... You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my lone friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Thank you, Van Zeeks. You are a dick. Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. What do we choose? I think it's better to bring justice. That's what I think. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something. But what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact... What are we going for? A proper scientific invention? Or a conjuring trick? If it's better to bring justice, we pick a trick. Let's go. A trick. Ugh! No, I can't say it. My client placed his faith in me. I can't just let him down. What must I give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Sasato! Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. Sasato! It's been far too long. Sasato-san? But what are you? Hiya! Ah, Sasato! My first Sasato takedown in 6 months. There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Honestly, I don't think there would be any difference no matter what you picked. I feel like it will always end this way. Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Harebrayne? Yes? Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Pew! So, you finally opened your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? Always better to tell the truth. True. Barrack! Lord Van Zeeks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. A murderer? Yeah, I wonder who the murderer is. In truth, there is one thing, something I've remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. Are you telling us this now? I beg your pardon? Is it the engineer? Oh. Professor, did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Tall, taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and whiter than mine. Let me see. One less lens than me, too. A monocle, a rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. You say the engineer? I think you might be right. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention! What? He built the machine? That's right. Mr. Asman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. Do we know that name? Check the court records. It's Odie Asman. Oh, this is the witch, by the way. Isn't she pretty? She's so pretty. Anyway. Enoch Drebber. No. Enoch Drebber? Wait, you two know them? Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you. Well, shit. So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion? Oh, okay. Okay, I feel really bad for him. He didn't know it was a conjuring trick. It was all the engineer's idea. I feel really bad, considering what we've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character. I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypotheses predicted. I don't think it would suit my model, to be honest. Maybe at some point, but not right now. Maybe I could do like, if I have money to have the hair color change, is a possibility. But I don't know if it's going to suit her. But no, pink is not what I was going for my model. I'm going for black and orange for my model. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypotheses. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. No, it won't. I was terrified at the prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? But about the true nature of the machine that was built and the true nature of Mr. Drebber? I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. This is what happened. When I announced my adventure to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. Oh wait, I just saw a present. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Oh, you think he's... No, I don't think he's guilty. I don't think he's guilty at all. I think he was being fooled. Maybe, but not right now. Maybe in the future. Because I've only just got this model and I don't know what to do when it comes to the outfits or hair at the moment. I want to do seasonal stuff with my model. Give her a Christmas theme or a Halloween theme. Or something like that, but not a everyday thing. I'm very sorry. It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Good, because I desperately need the loo again. Lord Van Zeeks. My lord? The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. Yes. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Oh, wow. Tomorrow morning? There's not much time at all. 23rd of October, 1:36 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Mr. Naruto! Ah, yes? I'm so sorry. Apology accepted. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. Did you really have no idea, Professor, about what Mr. Drebber was really up to, About what he was really constructing? Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypotheses, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. All right, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands, so we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. Hello, Sasato. I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard?
I heard it from you, Runo, so it would be a surprise. Oh, bless ya!
Well, did it work? I was surprised, all right, especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in future. Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial. I mean, she kind of did. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Huh? Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Sasato! Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest?
Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we?
You know, I made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion.
Oh, Iris, how wonderful! I can't wait!
Oh, Sasato's back. I'm not gonna lie, it was weird doing all of that without Sasato. Sasato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Woo! We did it! We did it! We finished the trial! We will save. Yeah, we definitely miss Sasato. Although I hope to be able to do a case with her as the lawyer, like in the first one. In the first case. That was really, really good. Ooh. Right, I am going to leave it here. Thank you ever so much for joining me in my stream. It's lovely to have you. Before I go, I shall raid somebody. No, I'm going to end the stream. I'm sure. Interrogate Sasato. I don't think you have a choice to interrogate Sasato, but I'm going to end the stream because I'm definitely bursting for a loo, and also we need to go grocery shopping. But before I leave, let's see who to raid. Oh, sorry. You will be missed. Oh, thank you, Sharky. Thanks for the stream. No worries. No worries. I'm glad you very much enjoyed it. Let's have a look. My friend Shell's reality is playing the forest, so I am going to raid her. So do give her all the love in the world. Made my day. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that you have fun, Sharky. Thank you for coming by. I very much appreciate it. I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'm currently will be busy tomorrow, but I will be back on Thursday for Disney Dreamlight Valley update. I'm so excited. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for the Disney Dreamlight Valley update. It's going to be so cool. So if you are interested, do come by and say hi. I greatly appreciate you, lovelies. And anyway, do take care. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And I shall see you. Oh, it's exclamation mark Discord without the space. There you go. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and I shall see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.